All right, we're gonna finish this viewer submitted deck run from yesterday, and then the rest of today's stream, we're going to play decks that I might want to play next week in the thing to see how they feel and get some repetitions in with them. Is the music louder than usual? No. The music on my stream tends to be a little bit louder than what other people have on their streams, but... The video giving your thoughts on Spider-Man 2099. There's like an early verdict video, but a less early verdict video is that Spider-Man 2099 is not very good. Can I snap them? I think I'm gonna snap them. I fully expect Spider-Man 2099 to get OT updated at some point. He should probably be a 3-drop. I could also honestly see him getting patched to be better too. Like, I think there's a reasonable argument that it should just be able to draw more cards. Or sorry, be able to kill more cards, words and stuff. What do words mean? Yeah, he should be able to like blow up a card every turn or something, or like blow up a card in each location, or just like any amount of it. All right, so if I have a Hawk and they have a Hawk, we're winning here because of the Carnage. Obviously, I'm losing on a Phoenix Force move for this, but I think potentially shrinking their Dark Hawk has a lot of value. Victory. Is that Devlock variant is 1200 gold variant? I'm gonna be honest, I don't know. Yes, I woke up this morning 5.5 hours after going to bed, and no one had said, Jeff, you really jacked up the numbers in this economy video. Here's what you did wrong. So that was that's happy change. There's a chance this location flips up like a Ninja or Raptors or something, but maybe I should wait to stab. I don't know. These locations are pretty solid for us though. Well, shit. Did you see the Reddit post that was just, this economic system would be better if they gave us twice as many free cards? I did, yeah, and that really hammers home just how silly a lot of people are about these changes. Just because, like, what's the word I'm searching for? It hammers home how silly people are about the changes. Just because if they literally doubled the amount of spotlight caches you are getting per month, there wouldn't be, you would get over everything for free, based on what the current numbers are. Thanks for, sorry, we've been rambling, and I've been so bad at thanking people. Ice Ray, thank you for the 2 months. Really appreciate it. Hopefully you're still here. BG Smooth, thank you for the 2 months as well. Pet Inks, thank you for the 2 sub gifts, helping push us towards our ad-free goal again for August. We're a little bit off the mark. We got a couple more streams to try and close it out. And Emmethy, thank you for the brand new tier 1. I'm also like, I only slept for like 5 hours last night because of being late to update the stuff. I run all the numbers on that, so I'm already a little off because of that today. We'll see. All right, I think we're dead. Hey, well, thanks, Empathy. I appreciate that. Good to have you here. Glad you're having fun with some Snapple app. I think we just leave. Our Legion into the Rickety Bridge was kind of a Hail Mary play anyways.
Escaped.
It was a weird play by them. I mean, they waited the absolute maximum amount of time, so they either had nothing else to play or they pulled up the stream and waited for the pre-roll to finish. A rock slide is lovely. I'll kick some rocks on turn 1. Oh, I think they're playing something close to the build we played the other day. The amount of gold free-to-play players get every season changed with the new economy. Yes. There is less free gold and more, you just get cards and stuff directly. These are my favorite comments. Like, if I wanted to get nitpicky, when you discussed Silk's weekend mission average, you said you included the average that correctly and should be excluded as outlier. Or you could actually just look at the fucking number that I used and see that that's not the case. So please stop. Please, if you're going to nitpick, actually take a look at what I fucking did before you nitpick it. It's really not that hard. Oh, TLSG and KF Best also put some videos of this. Yeah, this was my deck highlight yesterday morning. Stuff like that. Just like, I'm gonna nitpick, but also like, I'm not actually gonna look at what you did. No, I mean, to be fair, Silence, excluding extreme outliers when calculating averages is a fine and reasonable thing to do. It's just, I also did that. If anything, my average token estimate is on the low side, like, cause I'm conservative with all of my estimates in videos like those. The last 2 weeks were 500 tokens. And then there were a couple other ones that were 300, and I assumed the low end and just did 300 on average in the calculation. Been stated that Spotlight variants are going to be repeated at any point. It's actually been said the opposite. When they rerun a card inside a Spotlight, they'll have a new Spotlight variant moving forward. They are leaning into the fear of missing out on cosmetics to try and encourage people to open Spotlights. So like Null is data mined to have a Spotlight rerun at some point in the future. And when that rerun happens, it's going to have a different Spotlight variant. FOMO is the worst. No, humans and their crappy psychology is the worst. All right, shall we play a dangerous game? Shall we play a dangerous game? It's not even about capitalism demanding perpetual growth. It's just like basic human psychology and how people interact. Predatory sales tactics are a lot like YouTube clickbait. People complain that it exists and that they don't like it, but then they only behave in a way that rewards that type of behavior for happening. Hide the screen. I think they played their cards too quickly there, to be ghosting, but who knows? We did technically lose the flip. So, I don't really agree with the gamble element of the new system being a feel bad, because the new system gives you the option to gamble, but it also makes it very clear and very easy that you don't have to gamble if you don't want to. Like, sure, you could pull random hits and like try and run hot and then also run low if you're trying to run hot, but you could also just choose to only open when you're guaranteed to get there. Yeah, getting a variant when you got a repeat Series 4 and 5 card was a huge, huge pain point and feels bad moment. I agree with that. And they agreed too, and they addressed it. Okey doke. Probably dead here. Yeah, shit.
Escaped.
Yeah, the event should be interesting. We'll have to stream that one on a delay to reduce the chance of getting griefed and ghosted. Just because the incentive for people to be shitty will be higher. That's fine. I'll let the content be a little bit more serious anyways. It does definitely feel like the deck that we're currently playing is kind of just a worse version of this more efficient deck that our opponent is playing. We have some similar tools while also having more cute cards. Well, no reason to put a rock into the deck I'm drawing from, huh? That's funny, it lets them know what card I'm drawing. I'm setting up to scam the Limbo next turn. Am I? Do I have stats for that? I guess I want to play here and I can't scam with this location.
I am Iron Man.
I'm just playing this here for stats to avoid getting scammed by them.
Oh, snap.
And I have Enchantress here for this Iron Man in the middle, so we could potentially fight over that too if we wanted. So I guess I snap. They run Legion too. Yeah, but if they get rid of Limbo here, I think we're favored on average. Oh, that's funny. Wait, this actually means these reveal over here on the right before the end of the game, right? Wait, they put a hood in the dark dimension? Why would they do that? So we help them? That's so weird. What a strange choice. Alright, there's my favorite Pokemon. Winning a 5-cuber in a game where we got to Weird World play their better version of our deck is, that's certainly... See, chat, we set our deck up to be worse in the mirror match, so that way when Weird World flips up, we can win 5 cubes. It's the long con. What a set of locations. All right, I snapped them at this point, right? So I get to go Black Widow into Deathlock into Phoenix by Black Widow. I think my deck might be worse than theirs. What if we got Weird World into District decks? Widow's Bite is a free 0/3. No, the Widow's Bite has text. It is not abilityless. It has the ability they can't draw cards. You Legion on 5 does reset both decks to 10 cards. It does, yeah. I don't know if this is the right play, but it's the fun play, so we're gonna go ahead and do this. A truly savage play. This card is such good utility. The right side's not gonna get more Raptors out of 12 ounce. It only adds Raptors center and left. I think Legion is both an incredibly fun card and likely a very competitive card. Lebgog, thank you for the quarter of a year. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Legioning Central Park is hilarious. That it is. That it is. Thank you for the 9 months. Nezen, working us up towards our mid-roll free goal. Obviously, people that are subbed will never see ads on the channel. If we can hit that 2,500 concurrent subs by the end of July, we'll be mid-roll free come August. Can we describe Legion as their own archetype? I mean, Legion's not really an archetype defining card. Like, you don't really build your whole deck around Legion. Like, the closest thing to building a deck around Legion is the Storm Lockout, but even that, there's a lot of other details that go into it, right? All right, that was the end of that viewer Conquest deck. We actually had a request yesterday to play a little bit of the deck we just played against, that Legion good stuff pile of cards. I think this deck is potentially one of the better decks of the format at the moment. It's got some chops to it. I put Legion in my Lockjaw deck. Ah, living dangerously, I see. Actually, just the unluckiest. Our one drop in our starting 3 cards here. Ooh, they also didn't have a 1 drop. That's good. Noted. You drop Korg for the second adding Killmonger. I mean, I'm already playing Killmonger. And Best is playing this deck with Iron Lad instead of Lizard. Yeah, I think the people that play Iron Lad in their Shang-Chi Enchantress deck are psychos. Enjoy your RNG fiesta, I guess. Guess what? This build even has Killmonger that's like not great to hit with it. It could be right to hold the Enchantress for the last turn. Have a rock. Wow, they stayed? Dr. Doom or something? Okay. As you will.
Victory.
People hate retreating, chat. Okay, we're gonna leave the whole match though, sure. Maybe they just had somewhere to be. Maybe they have gold tickets oozing out of their ears. Lizard is 5. Yeah, one of the reasons why Lizard is great in this deck is because Luke Cage stops it from getting a penalty. Whoa! Dimmer! That is an incredibly generous bomb this morning. Thank you for the 10 gifted. Jettisoning us up towards, jettisoning us up towards our goal. Oh gosh, are my alerts broken? I don't think it's supposed to do, I think it usually does a pop-up for each individual sub-gift. I'll have to look at that. Thank you either way, gifted, appreciate that. Happy Friday to you. I feel like I'm supposed to snap turn 3 Rock Slide. Obviously, we don't know what deck they're playing, but in general, it's solid. Thanks for the 3/4 of a year, Burn Melt, welcome back. This is potentially very good for us if we could find ourselves a Luke Cage. Hey, Yam, thank you for the sub-gift to Rudy. Good morning, good morning. Bishop Sentinel. Yeah, if we get far enough ahead, Luke's bar could be good, yeah. Although, they have Bishop, right? Does that make that less good? Yeah, I'm not gonna stand for the boomer snap.
Escaped.
Shame we didn't hit Luke Cage there to punish them. Yeah, there's Toxera control. What's her name is a card we'll want to be conscious of? Scarlet Witch.
Oh, snap.
Ah, yes. My favorite. My favorite Marvel Snap feature where I can snap while cards are flipping up. So it doesn't get applied until next turn. Yikes. Let's do this. There's a Shang-Chi deck as well, but I want to get at least one Hulk here. Then we can Rock Slide next turn. They halted series changes on cards. They will eventually be downgrading cards between series again. They've halted having a consistent schedule for it. Have they seen our Shang? They've not, but they've seen Zabu, so any, like, reasonable player is gonna assume we have Shang-Chi. We're gonna stream the first 3 hours of the event on a delay to mitigate some stream sniperoonies. This is a Sarah turn. You think we Shang here? You think so? I don't. Do I really want to free them up space in the middle? I don't think I do. I think I want to just do this. Snipe the Sarah. They're playing the Sarah on the left, and I don't want to get rid of either of these. Enchantress middle, so if they also Shang, we win there. Yeah, that's a good call. No, that's wrong. I want to Enchantress right, so I'm tying here, and then I can Killmonger in the middle with my Shang-Chi. Yeah, the lack of tournament format on the page is definitely a decision. Well, now I think I just play here, right? Just win the breaker if they tie us. I guess I could have played to this out and played the Enchantress in the middle. I don't know. I think, like, having the Killmonger here for the last turn is fine. So the way the tournament works is there's a 48-hour window where there's a 48-hour window starting Tuesday evening US time where the 20 people in the tournament will get to play Infinity Gauntlets for that 48-hour window. And at the end of the 48 hours, whoever has the longest win streak through Infinity Conquest will be the winner. So it's not just about total number of matches won, it's about your win streak overall. The hell was this snap? Was this last card? Could be anything? Well, at least we know their snap in the last game was because they just like pressing the button.
Victory.
Boomer snap into getting casseroled is like peak Marvel Snap gaming. I guess they just assumed I left last game, so I would leave again if they snapped and pushed it to 8, but that's not how this works at all. I understand how the game works.
Oh, snap. Opponent snapped.
Do I have to use my Infinity tickets for the tournament? So they're giving everybody playing in the tournament 5,000 gold to buy 10 Infinity Conquest runs. But in theory, if I use tickets I've earned, I could just pocket the gold. So we're gonna try and farm up plenty of tickets. So a fun interaction here that's noteworthy is if we Enchantress our Lizard on Washington, D.C., it has no abilities, it gets +3 there. Which for those that don't follow American politics, that's essentially what's happened to allow Ted Cruz to be reelected every 6 years. We can't contest the middle here is the problem. Can they contest Vormir? They might be able to. I don't have priority. Legioning Vormir is very bad. I think it's Lizard. The question is, do I think I need to commit more stats to here? And if I do, I need to put Jeff into play. I think it's this. And then they just didn't play to the Vormir. So I think because they didn't play to the Vormir, we just assume that they can't get into there profitably. You want me to Legion now? I think they're gonna play enough cards that Legioning Vormir is not good. You know, we know they have Kitty. They have 5 cards. It's basically like, if I Legion the Vormir, it's saying I don't think their second card here is gonna have 4 power. Which I think is unlikely. Yeah, especially because a Scarlet Witch could be coming down. I think I just do this. I think I don't move Jeff because I don't think they can play for the right. We just play hard for the left. Yeah, this is a single Nova into the right, so we'll see if this is enough over here with 16. That might not be. Our Kitty is 4. Yeah, we're gonna lose the breaker here, unfortunately. Close game. I'd have actually won by Legioning the right. Actually, that's an interesting thought. If I expected Nova as a possible card out of them and I had priority, maybe I am supposed to Legion a non-Vormir. No, I should have Legioned Bifrost. Oh my god, I just fucked it up. I should have played the Shang-Chi. I was talking and clicking. I didn't need the Luke Cage. Yeah, we should have won this a couple different ways. I could have Legioned. I should have just Enchantress Shang-Chi the left for 1 more point. That was a 100% talking and clicking mistake. Which, speaking of the tournament, in addition to having the stream delayed to prevent people from sniping us inside of the queue, we will also have chat down when we're actually playing games. Because contrary to what the occasional mouth breather would have you believe, it's actually very detrimental to have chat up while you play for anybody that's remotely reasonable as a player. Scruffy Smuggler, thank you for the brand new Prime. Appreciate the support. Nordalis, thanks for the 2/3 of a year. It's Happy Chappy, thank you for the 6 months. Good morning, folks. for the sake of flexibility, I think. How long will the delay be? Like, probably 2 to 3 minutes. It's usually sufficient. So, committing the Darkhawk here means we win Asgard, but it does mean we'll lose the path long-term to, like, a Shang-Chi or Enchantress, but I think that's fine with the extra cards drawn. We'll see. Spider-Ham potentially hits their tech card. So this tells us that they didn't, well, I was about to say it tells us they didn't have the tech card. But now the Darkhawk is dead anyways, so what a fucking yikes. Is there ever a world where this wins the game? Oh, I could Shang the Angela. That's a good thought. My lizard's gonna get smaller, though, is the problem. I don't think I win the right with this, and I don't know that the left. I think the other line might be better. Or Killmonger's live if I played the other one, the Killmonger. That's actually a good shout, 'cause they have priority. I lose my Korg, though. I don't know. Whoa, they just didn't play for the right. Okay, got him. Yeah, I chose to play for all three. It's not who can complete an Infinity Conquest the fastest. It's who can get the longest streak of match wins inside of Infinity Conquest. Which I really want to highlight how high variance that experience is for those that aren't familiar with the quick computation. So fastest is a tiebreaker if two people have the same streak. But I would that could be a factor, but like just for example, let's say you think everybody inside of the tournament is really good. Let's say every player has an 80% win rate, which isn't true. Maybe some of us do, but I would bet most of us don't. I would bet that the winning run is going to have somewhere between 7 and 11 Conquest wins in a row. If you said, Jeff, the line is 7.5, do you take the over or the under? I don't know which one I would take. But just to highlight, if you have an 80% win rate, your chance of winning 7 Conquest matches in a row is 20%. If your chance of winning 10 in a row is 10%. Like, it is not an incredibly likely outcome. No more matchmaking boosts a lot of folks. I don't know if that's strictly true, Gap. So while no MMR matchmaking gives you some benefits, it also creates some risks that you wouldn't normally have, right? Like in a game like Marvel Snap, there's a lot of decisions that come down to reading your opponent, and you can't read someone that doesn't know what they have. Sometimes you just get donked because, you know, someone makes a call that just doesn't make sense for any reasonable person, but they're just like screwing around, right? Yes, everyone is playing against random people in the queue. This is not a tournament in the sense that we are competing with each other directly. We are playing Infinite Conquest and comparing the results at the end. Is Snowguard Legion a duo you can work into? I keep seeing those cards in a deck, and yet no one can explain to me why it's a worthwhile combination. Optimal play for the purpose of the tournament is to treat the first match like the proving grounds. Yeah, I think that's probably true. It's also expensive though. They're only giving us 10 free runs. We could technically pay for additional ones ourselves, but they're only giving us 10 on the house. Any consideration for viewers and fans throwing games to their favorite content creator? There are not. That's snappy. I think TV is good for us. Will they give you more when you run out? No is my understanding. Yeah, the prize is a variant for your community chat. Like, there's technically a bunch of little edge cases and percentage points to be hemmed and hawed over, but it's such a minor thing in the long term. I really don't think it's really worth thinking about. Do I snap the Nebula? I think I snapped the Nebula with the Killmonger. Nothing for me. I mean, I get the variant, and I want to win the thing for my community. I actually think the setup for this thing is actually really well done. I think the structure here does a phenomenal job. I think the structure does a phenomenal job of encouraging the content creators to kind of care about the result of what they're doing without having a direct monetary incentive because they know their community will care. See, I'm even good here with Mindscape. Yeah, I think it has a chance to disrupt a card they'd play before this. Also, we could draw Legion and get rid of the Mindscape is likely something that's going to happen. I guess I want to Killmonger this turn though, right? Because there's a chance that I Mindscape Wakanda. Or sorry, that I Legion Wakanda, I should say. I guess this is not good if I draw Darkhawk. It's great against that, though. Shiggity Shrek, get fucking wrecked. There's probably a good chance I don't play this deck in the event just because I expect people playing this deck are going to play a lot of mirror matches. And generally speaking, I don't enjoy playing a bunch of mirrors in card games. Unrelated order question. You're playing Living Tribunal. And you have all the cards sitting behind the divisible event on the last turn. They put Echo. Does Echo disable all the cards? Yes. Echo disables them all. It's like Chang Enchantress Rock Slide, right? I am good at not drawing rocks, you're right. It could be Rock Slide, Enchantress Hawk, too, though. So their Hawk's gonna be 18. My Hawk would be 14. I think it's just this. Good night. Hey, it says ticket number 6. I don't remember. Find out in a second. Number 7. Look at that. Having 9 energy on the last turn of my Zabu deck seems real solid. Am I getting Chavez? No, I'm never gonna get a different Chavez variant, chat. Not only is this variant great, but I have what is the best split in the game. How much is a downgrade if you're missing Jeff? Jeff's not really important to this deck. Replace it with Scorpion or something else. There's no Miles in this build even, so cutting Jeff is fine. Jeff is obviously good, but you can do without it being a big deal. How itchy is my beard? My beard doesn't itch at all. Is that a thing? People's beards get itchy on their own faces? It's usually dry skin. Yeah, you gotta hydrate, shit. Moisturize. Hey, Zang, thank you for the 5 months of Prime. I appreciate that. Welcome back. In general, I think spending tokens on Series 4 cards rather than Series 5 cards is better. It also just really comes down to what do you want to play with. I will say that Legion decks are better without Legion than Thanos decks are without Thanos. You can play most decks that have Legion than without Legion. You can't really play a Thanos deck without Thanos. Does this scam ever work? There's a world where this works. Yeah. It's just one more cube, so. Yeah, they might be trying to raid cube anyways. It's a good shout. I despise the question, is this a viewer-submitted deck? The negative implication when you're asking me if I'm playing a viewer-submitted deck is, Jeff, I think this deck is bad. Did someone pay you to play it? If you have a question or a criticism to levy against the deck that I am playing, you should give the same thoughtfulness and care to that question, regardless of if it's something I chose to play or if something someone paid me to play. But how to ask a straightforward question otherwise. My point is that it's not a good question to ask. What useful information do you gain from asking that question? Why? What value is added to your experience from knowing that? What intention could you have other than this deck is bad, thinking of the deck is bad, to ask that question? Help me understand. What is that question trying to accomplish? It doesn't let you know if I'm accepting viewer-submitted decks, because I frequently fill up on viewer-submitted decks very quickly and stop accepting more of them. If I'm taking viewer-submitted decks, there'll be a comment pinned at the top of the chat. Every time I tune into your stream, you're admonishing some viewer over a comment that they made. Have you ever sat and read Twitch chat? I get that, like, maybe you don't think anywhere on the internet should be moderated and people posting nonsense and stupid things should never have pushback on the nonsense or stupid things that they say, but I disagree with that sentiment. Yikes. Okay, well now we gotta Magic the Warrior Falls. Yes, that's also true too. If you think that that's the only thing that happens 100% of the time, you're not paying attention, and you're also someone that has selective memory, that's not gonna have a good time here. It'd be better to ask, is this a Jeff brew, with the implication that there might be a video highlight on the deck? But again, even that is like, if your goal is to ask Jeff, do you intend to do a highlight on this deck? Why not just ask that question? Say, Jeff, this deck looks neat. Are you going to do a highlight on it? Are they leaving? This is a weird, feels like a weird concession. Yeah, even something like that. Neat. Hey Jeff, neat deck. How's it feel so far? Do you see how that framing is just like inherently positive? Great. Thanks for the 2/3 of a year. Yeah, they probably drew a bunch of rocks is a good call out actually. I don't know if this is the correct play, but it's definitely the sweet play, so I'm gonna let her rip here. Just made 4 cards in their hand unplayable, basically. It's a little unfortunate that we have priority here, because we're not able to tag the cards they're drawing, but it is what it is. Yeah, I think Cerebro 2 has potential to be a reasonable deck in this format. I think it ticks a lot of the boxes you want to tick. I actually am currently not waiting on any variants in my shop. I have all the variants I currently want, which is nice. Feels good, man. There's some unreleased variants that I wouldn't mind being able to pick up eventually. But I don't really count those in the same realm as. the same realm as things I'm waiting on, right? Because I can't get them. Should we snap? No, I think we're super far behind at the moment. I really need, like, Magic or Storm to deal with Nidavellir, and then I kind of need Luke Cage on top of that to deal with the Soulstone. Cerebro plays well how? I think Goose as well as Echo as a 1-2 punch to lock people out of being able to Professor X 2 different lanes has potential. I also think these lockout decks tend to not be amazing against decks that play to the board consistently early, and decks that can add power into a locked out path after the fact. Cerebro does all of those things I just described. I think we're dead here. Just gonna leave.
Escaped.
You're adamant about not cutting Hobgoblin the deck previously. Wondered if the magic change helped that. Yeah, so the magic change means you just draw Cerebro more often. Hobgoblin along with Blue Marvel were ways to get bigger numbers without drawing Cerebro, but you can just count on seeing Cerebro more frequently. Hey, thanks for the tip, whoever dropped off the 420. Appreciate the support. Is Cerebro 3 still playable and or strong? A better question would probably be, was Cerebro 3 ever playable or strong? To which I would argue no, but I also think that it's probably worse than it was prior. I think it's not an unreasonable assessment. I think at this point Elysium is better for them than us. I'm gonna get rid of it. How does it feel without Mr. Sinister? I don't know. Playing the Spectrum ongoing Surfer deck. Yeah, I'll probably highlight that one up this weekend. That was a fun blend of things. My Cerebro 3 deck featuring Arnim Zola always made someone cry, and sometimes it was my opponent. That's a good one. Oh, I could just get Reality Stoned here, and I think I just need to vibe. We need to draw... Do I even need to draw Storm? I think we're just dead again. I'm just gonna leave. It's the first time that's happened where I retreated later mid turn, so now I have to wait because I can't actually hit retreat now, right? Can I? Maybe? Did I break it? Okay, there we go.
Escaped.
What archetype do I play when I'm trying to have fun? I really like both the bounce decks and what I call the little moves decks. The little moves deck are Like the Angela, Craven, Jeff the Baby Land Shark, Nightcrawler package, like those 4 cards. Those 4, that kind of core could go into a bunch of different things. Angela is a fun card to enable, yeah. I would agree with that take. Negative pool. Negative pools can be a toughish one to play when I just want to guaranteed have a good time, just because negative pool, what's the word I'm searching for? Negative pool has some pretty polarized matchups. Dagger's never been a very good Marvel Step card. I've never really included her in anything when I talk about decks like those. Hey, Mandokas, thank you for the quarter of the year. Welcome back. Appreciate that. Look at that, chat. When you hit... Wow, that actually is, actually works out real solid for us, huh? Oh, snap. When your Cerebro 2 deck hits a 2-power thing off of X-Mansion, that's true. That's the skill that you're here for. I know that's why you watch.
Opponent snapped.
They're snapping because of the altar, but also, like, my hand's not very good, right?
Escape.
I don't think I want a coin flip priority going into turn 2 on the altar, which is what we'd have to do. Because, like, I can Iceman there, and they're going to play into here as well. And then I'm basically saying, okay, nobody has any power. Do I have priority on the second turn? And I don't think I want to wager 2 more cubes on a priority coin flip when the rest of my hand isn't very good. If that makes sense. Is Jeff's move, bounce brew, and a highlight somewhere? It's scheduled to post in 2 hours on the YouTube channel. I'm gonna Scorpion into Storm into Brood here in the center. This is kind of a scary one. Yeah, Asteroid is fine. So Storm and Brood get pulled left, but the Broodlings stay middle.
Wind, aid my hand.
Perfect. The second dinner tournament is who can win. The second dinner tournament is who can have the longest win streak in a 48-hour period. So it's not just raw number of games. It's a streak inside of that time frame. So it's not just who can play more. There is a large element of who is winning more. When do weekend missions go live? At the rollover Friday night. How many hours per day can you play? As many as you want. Yeah, we're in a pretty good spot here. Just good considering we're all in. What are the flex cards in this deck? Echo, Iceman, Scorpion, and Spider-Ham, I think are all cards you could trade in and out. Honestly, Gusu, the entire top line of cards in this Cerebro 2 deck should just be the tech cards that you want to play. How many hours do I plan on investing into this? I'm going to play for the 3 hours of the broadcast on the evening of, and then I intend to do my normal streams for the next 2 days. Do I want to Iceman here? Do I want to Iceman here? Probably. I'm only playing 2 cards next turn regardless, right? Iceman could impact them being able to play right. And this Venom's getting pulled left here. You stream anywhere other than personal streams. Yes, there will be an official Marvel Snap live stream with Cozy and Dexter as hosts for the first 3 hours the event is live. Well, you know the current leader. Yeah, there will be a leaderboard on the Marvel Snap website that updates in real time based on API data, is my understanding. Because this event is being run in cooperation with Second Dinner, so they've got some neat tech to pull out. So I have thoughts on the deck that I'll play in the event. All the decks I'm going to be playing today and Monday are decks I'm considering playing for the tournament. You don't have to stay locked into the same deck for the entirety of the event. Luke can't get into his own bar. That does feel like a little bit of a flavor loss, I agree. I'll play Brood here into some trance. Already committed there a little bit. No, you can change decks at will. Just everybody is playing Infinite Conquest and gotta do as they please. I haven't had a chance to watch Secret Invasion yet. I'm currently watching through Cloak and Dagger. As far as what's it called shows go. C2 better than C3 right now. Cerebro 2 has always been better than Cerebro 3 by the metrics. Always, 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 always. There's a lovely last chat. We even made sure to play the Blue Marvel second to play to that out. Is there a reason why C2 is better than Cerebro 3? It goes wide better. It's able to consistently fill the board up. It also has some better disruptive cards in it. Like I said, this obviously isn't the Thanos lockout deck, but I think this archetype is actually good into these Thanos decks. This is definitely a deck I want to consider playing for the event. The Magic upgrade was a really good upgrade to it. All right, chat, I am a human being and I need to run to the restroom really quick. Because I'm stepping away, I'm gonna hit a mid-roll ad just so we can disable pre-rolls for a little bit. Remember, if you want to help us hit our mid-roll free goal for next month, consider subscribing to the channel to help support that way. BRB like 2 minutes. Take us with you. I am not Dr. Disrespect, sorry. Got an infinite ticket with the kitty control brew, very cheeky. Got lucky guessing some Professor X Slades against the stock Thanos in my last match. Nice. Yeah, that's one of the decks we're gonna play today for sure. It's one that's a consideration. Correct. You could swap around as you choose, Jin. Hey, JD Catlin, thank you for the 3rd of a year. Appreciate you sending your Prime this way again. Help us work towards our mid-roll free goal for next month. Hey, Alexander. Appreciate you sending your Prime this way again.
Snap. Victory.
Are the contestants only playing against each other? Quite the opposite. Contestants are basically racing each other while playing separate Infinity Gauntlets. So in theory, some of us could queue into each other, because remember, matchmaking is regional based. In general, the competitors will not be playing against each other. When you play instead of Echo, every single card in the top row of this deck can be replaced by your favorite 1 or 2 energy card with 2 power. I do not think any of the cards in the bottom row are optional. You need those in order for the deck to be consistent and have top end power. But I think every single card in the top row is replaceable. I am attempting to play Echo in this deck because I think Echo is potentially good against the Thanos lockout decks. Can you swap Luke Cage? You can. I probably wouldn't, but you can. Yeah, Echo also has random utility against Living Tribunal. Is accurate. Agree with that. Why did I give up Hazmat? Hazmat's one of the cards I'm talking about that you could play in those slots. I'm just trying some different things. I don't know what's optimal in this deck. That's why we're playing games with it. Between Echo and Goose, you can dictate where your opponent's Professor X's go quite cleanly. This might have been wrong.
Wind, aid my hand.
Goose cares about the modified cost on cards. Is Iron Man redundant? Just like, what do you cut? There's only 12 slots you can play in a Marvel Snap deck. I think Iron Man and Hobgoblin are both, like, fine-ish cards in this deck, but I don't really know that they're better than any of the other 3+ cost cards we're already playing. And you really need a pretty critical density of... I think if you cut one of the 1 or 2 energy cards in this deck for a more expensive card, you then need to make sure that you're playing Mr. Sinister so you can fill your paths consistently still. So I think you can play 1 additional expensive card in this deck, but I think the details on what everything else that you're doing need to change a little bit, depending. Cutting off their magic here is great.
Wind, aid my hand.
I think we just fill and then I snap and then we like Brood Cerebro on the last turn, right? Let's get the bike going for a little bit, huh? The blood pumping. I'm happy Second Dinner is finally running official events. Feels like they're behind the ball. But I actually disagree with that sentiment. I think in general, especially heavily invested players put way too much onus on the importance of big esports style events. And I think in general, esports style events are a massive spew that tend to cost a lot and have little returns. I actually think it's really clever on Second Dinner's part that this event that they're running is more of a content creator highlight style event rather than a big, super hyper competitive focused thing. Out of curiosity, where is the spew in running a traditional tournament? Running a tournament is an incredible amount of money, and generally speaking, has very middling returns. They have brewed, and I suddenly feel less good about our choices. Why would I get rid of TV? I think that's our only chance to win this game. What'd you know about running some tournaments, right? Surfer negative. She's so forgettable, chat. She's so forgettable. Poor gal. Am I alone in thinking that Marvel Snap's general appeal is that it's quick and casual, which is to say it doesn't make for like investing in a big tournament particularly satisfying? That's true of all games. You're right that Marvel Snap's core appeal is the fact that it's fast games. But like, even games like Magic the Gathering, their competitive player base is dwarfed by their casual player base. Casual players are the life's blood of all of these games. Competitive focused players are just really fucking loud on social media. I'm gonna try the DC card game. None of the content metrics from anybody that I follow for the DC card game have been particularly successful. So, unfortunately, at this time, I can't really justify investing energy into their game. I wish them all the best. More competition in the space is good for consumers in general. I think I need more than one more here. Probably not, because I'm going to get to Blue Marvel, Mystique Blue Marvel. Think I want a goose left? I guess that shuts off Wong. Yeah, maybe I am supposed to goose left there. It's a good show. Ghost Rider Flyby, thanks for the 2/3 of a year, by the way. I think I missed that one. Alexander, thank you for the 2 months. Good morning, good morning. Am I the biggest Marvel Snap streamer? I'm the biggest English streamer. One of the Italian content producers consistently has bigger metrics than me now. That community is very large.
Opponent snapped.
As a general comment, unless a content creator has done something overtly bigoted, do not come into my chat and try and criticize or rally against them. If you don't enjoy someone's content, I would recommend not watching it. I would not recommend coming into my chat and complaining about it. Yeah, they can have Rogue too. Yeah, I'm not gonna pay the boomer out. There's just too many cards that beat us here.
Escaped.
You really shouldn't mention them, 32 EMC, because anybody that's spending their time railing against me is doing it because they want the free PR from doing so. Or just crying for attention. Just looking for the oxygen in the room. Rule Egg, thank you for the half a year. Appreciate that. Welcome back. I think this is Mystique into Blue Marvel into end on Cerebro. Have untapped people mentioned showing cards that have spammed or discarded the deck list? So my understanding about showing cards that have been spammed or discarded on the deck list is that the app actually gives you some information that you shouldn't have, and they're worried about potentially showing too much and getting their app in trouble. Mystique's going to copy my Cerebro here. That's the last card I played. I was like, where does this end up at? We're still good? Okay.
Victory.
Okay. That one could have gone either way. Ruling, thanks for the half a year. Jaquen, thank you for the 20 months. I appreciate it. Welcome, welcome, welcome back. Thanks for helping us work towards our mid-roll free goal for August. We're getting close. Getting close to this gold conquest as well here. Nice mace stun, bro. Nice resub, bro. Thanks for the almost 4 years. Welcome back. Sully Gnome is the Twitch metric site that I like to use. There's a few different sites that farm out Twitch API data, but Sully Gnome's my personal favorite. Hey, Torden, thanks for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. Hey, thanks for the primer, Ayasi. Appreciate the support. I'm just gonna play Scorpion into Oscorp Tower. We'll just magic it. It's the most efficient deck in Conquest right now. The Thanos control deck for my best decks video is probably the best Conquest deck at the moment. Best known Conquest deck, I suppose we should say. That and the Darkhawk Zabu deck are two of the best performing. Hey, Curran, thank you for the almost 2 years. Welcome back, appreciate it. That's so unlucky. I don't think this matchup's terrible for us in general, but it definitely doesn't feel good when the opponent, when the opponent has, a free Hulk, effectively. Their deck took better advantage of Project Pegasus than we did. Patrick's is they stream in Italian, 32. They are objectively the largest Snap content creator on Twitch.
Wind, aid my hand.
Where do you see stats like that? Here is a link that shows you the most watched Marvel Snap streamers for the last 90 days. There's some very big German streamers as well, not in Marvel Snap. In Marvel Snap, Etrix and I are 1 and 2, and then number 3 has less than half the watch time that we have at 1 and 2. Not in Snap, just in general. Yeah, there's plenty of large not-English creators in other spaces. Yeah, it's largely because of Harry's time slot. I bet Harry has potential to grow his audience some more. It's not just because of his time slot, but you need to understand, like, Atrix and I at the top of the category are both people who had audiences before we came to Twitch.tv. Or, sorry, before Marvel Snap released, I mean. I don't know if this game is winnable anymore. Mogwai's viewer count was only large in part because of Snap. He's been streaming non-Snap games to middling success. He's not a small streamer by any means, but it's much, much worse than when he was doing Snap stuff. I guess we're just vibing for now. Needed Goose much sooner to be able to stop Infinite on Sinister.
Escape.
You tried Falcon Move now that Ghostbusters are 1 cost. Yes, there'll be a gameplay highlight going up on the YouTube channel in about 90 minutes with Falcon Bounce Move. I think that deck is very good. We're probably going to play more of it today or tomorrow on stream. Archetype's real solid. Even if they get rid of the TVA, we have Goose for the Sinister London this time, so. How did I change the orientation of the opponent's cards on the tracker overlay? I captured the tracker overlay 4 times and cut it up. Sorry, tomorrow, Monday. What are days of the week anyways, chat?
Oh, snap.
Not something that I'm familiar with. This matchup is painful. I think if we don't have Goose, this matchup is hard. Hey, thanks for the Benny's Brimstoner. GG's. Yeah, the abrupt end to yesterday's stream was not intended, but sometimes technology be like that. Alright, we porked the Infinite. That's actually a real risk. I should probably be not porking in this matchup. Sure, we get rid of DC here so the pig can't get bigger there. CO, thank you for the 59 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. And Dick Chuckins, thank you for the 3/4 of a year. Appreciate you folks helping us work towards our mid-roll free goal for next month. Happened yesterday. There's a bug in the streaming software that I use that has been causing the video stream to freeze and die when I change scenes after I've been streaming for 4 to 5 hours sporadically. It happened twice a couple of weeks ago and I changed some settings and thought I fixed it, but it happened yesterday for the first time in a second. Do you think Legends of Runeterra became a terrible RNG fiesta of a game? I haven't played Legends of Runeterra in a long time, so I have no idea what it's become.
Wind, aid my hand.
You want my potentially hot take on Runeterra, chat? I actually think part of the reason why Runeterra failed to get traction was because it was too low variance. Card gamers constantly say they want their games to be lower variance and higher skill, when in reality, they want their game to be a bit of an RNG fiesta because they want to be able to blame variance when they lose instead of their own shortcomings. Yeah, it's part of the reason why Artifact sucked as a game. That was too low variance. Card gamers want their card game to let them feel smart. They don't want their card game to require them to be smart. I think that's the most succinct thing to describe the average personality of card gamers and how they behave. That's the key.
Victory.
You wanna feel clever. You don't wanna have to actually be clever. I thought Artifact's problem was that it had the wrong kind of variance. That's also true. Artifact did a lot of things wrong. From the outside looking in, Artifact to me kind of felt like other people that worked on the game that weren't Richard Garfield were probably afraid to push back and give him real good feedback because he's like something of a game design legend. But that was one of those games where, like, when it came out, the actual gameplay, there was like, who Who told you this was good? there's just so much of it that was so rough around the edges. Hey, Sumerian Win, thank you for the 2.5 years. That's your first inked card. Default She-Hulk's actually one of my only default art cards I have inked or gold, just because I'm waiting on a good variant for her still. I'm gonna storm Westview, because this could be a location that's bad for us. Ever played Gwent? I have completed the entirety of the Witcher 3 main storyline and the entirety of the campaign portion of both of its large DLCs, and I've played 0 games of Gwent. Do I need Echo in the middle? I might. Yeah, Gwen's officially dead, right? They announced end of life for that one. Them trying to contest our brood path here is actually really good for us, because it means they invested resources into here and I'll have a hard time covering left and right here. Any other big games you're looking forward to through the end of the year? Looking forward to the Spider-Man game. I think Insomniac's Spider-Man series is arguably the best superhero game that's ever been made. It's real good. Series is excellent. I'm a fan of Baldur's Gate. I don't have room in my life for another 100+ hour RPG game. At some point, I will complete all of the content in Genshin Impact and Honkai Star Rail, and then maybe I'll consider doing another longer game. But for the most part, other games that I pick up are like gonna be like sub 30-hour story games. This matchup's been a slog, chat. Diablo 4 at the wife bed. We haven't played inside of season, we haven't played inside of season 1 at all yet. Life's been busy. I'm also trying to finish some Genshin storyline stuff before their big update comes out next month. It's a solid one to hit with some pork. Do I snap them here? Because I'm gonna like storm this and then we'll have a bunch of stats here too. They don't have any cards that get them into the middle, right?
Snap.
We get Cosmoed, yeah, that's true. I don't know, hopefully we have priority after this turn. We have 8 on the left. Oh, they're Cosmoing us on the left. Yeah, I guess that's fair. Okay, with Cosmo on the left, I'm gonna goose the right now, right? Because they're gonna fill the left to get that white hot room bonus, and then we'll just lock them out of playing big things here. Hey, Dante, thank you for the brand new Prime. Appreciate the support. Looks like you make my job possible. Thanks for keeping me around. You receive gold variants. They're not variants, they are splits. You have to keep upgrading the cosmetics on your cards. Ooh. Yeah, this could just be turn 6 Storm, right? We do this, fill, and then we go Mystique and stuff on the right. Yeah, I like that. No, we pigged their leech. We don't have to worry about that one. If you're not familiar with how Marvel Snap splits work, check out this video here. It gives you a breakdown on how getting the different cosmetic things like that can happen. And if She-Hulk, we could lose, I guess, but we're already in for 5, so we're finding out. They also don't know that we're Storming, so they could probably sniff it out. They've played pretty well. Can burn some calories while they burn the rope. Pedal, 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 pedal.
Wind, aid my hand.
I think we're in here, right? We're 18 on each side. They soak a little bit and power up. We win the breaker. Just win both sides. Yeah.
Victory.
That was a tough set. I think this deck is good. So, I'm pretty confident these 5 cards are cards you want to play, or these 6 cards are cards you want to play in this deck in the bottom row. I'm also pretty confident Luke Cage and Goose are optimal tech cards in this deck right now into the current metagame. These other 4 cards, Echo, Iceman, Scorpion, Spider-Ham, I think there's reasonable arguments you could make for a variety of different cards inside of those slots, depending on what you want to beat. So the logic behind Echo here, and for the record, I don't think you should spend 6,000 tokens on this if you don't have her, but the Professor X Thanos control deck has been very popular, and Echo, in combination with Goose, really strangles where that deck can deploy Professor X and Devil Dinosaur, which are 2 of their most important cards. So I think Echo is good if I expect that Professor X, Devil Dino, Thanos deck to be popular, which it has been. And again, this card, the way it works, a lot of the time, she's not actually removing the abilities from things. She's just controlling where they can actually play their stuff out. So you're not gonna see her slap things terribly often. You're just gonna kind of play her on curve, and then when you play her, yeah, she's an Isle of Silence for the opponent. And then her, in combination with Goose and Storm, really restricts where your opponent can be deploying. Yeah. And that's really kind of the appeal of this Cerebro 2 deck, is we don't make super big numbers, but we have a lot of these little disruptive bits that come together to restrict what they can do. Yeah, she's another card that's like good against Darkhawk too. She's fine against random fringe stuff like Living Tribunal. She also only costs 1, so she like kind of fills your curve nicely, which is great. Again, deck is super playable without her, but I think from a pure theory perspective, you can justify her being a worthwhile slot if you have her. Echo, Goose, and Storm in separate lanes on curve just deletes Professor X from the game. Yeah, basically. I've used people mentioning it, and it's pinned, or it's in the chat, but if you haven't watched it, I finally got around to doing an economy deep dive post Spotlight caches. And to give you a little bit of a hook to make you click into that YouTube video, I knew from doing napkin math that the Spotlight cache system was cheaper and better for players than the previous system. But I literally, when I finished doing the proper math and calculations, I was so surprised by how much cheaper it is that I had to double and triple check it and ask other people to verify my math. And when I woke up this morning, six hours later, no one had pointed out anything that I had messed up. In fact, there were a number of people that were like, yeah, I did this and I got similar calculations independent of you. So it's yeah. So very, very surprised. I'm glad I took the time to do that. I think it's a very good, worthwhile video to have out there that a lot of people need to hear and see the actual numbers, because there's a lot of my feelings say this is bad, but in reality, it's really not. You can say it's been peer reviewed. It has been to a degree. We're just vibing with the Sauron at hand. You say the monthly spend is on Snap for the average player. I mean, if you're asking for a true average, the long and short of it is most people that play games like Marvel Snap don't spend any money. Free-to-play games have way more people spending nothing than people spending something. Oh my gosh, chat. Okay, so this is actually going to be a matchup where we don't want to soar in our Red Skull because we're playing against Cerebro 2 now. This Titania might be about to do some really rude things to them. Depot, thank you for the 4 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. What if I do this? I don't want to wait till next turn because they could fill. I think I do this, and then next year we just like Red Skull plus Ebony Maw plus Miles, right? Potentially. They could store. Maybe. I don't think that's likely though. Yeah, but I want to snap them because I think they'll only get one more cube out of them here. Oh, we did get scammed. Rough. I think we lose. Great. To be fair, what people feel is more important than the system actually being better for marketing reasons. Sure, but the other thing you have to understand from feelings is that the average idiot complaining about the system change on a website like Reddit isn't the average case person engaging with the system. In every instance, especially on social media, there are way more people are way more likely to be vocal when they have a negative experience than when they have a positive experience. So even if you go to a shitty echo chamber like Reddit that's constantly negative and rejects reality and only focuses on their feelings, the feelings that people are experiencing there are almost assuredly not the average case scenario. But the same with Steam reviews. It's true of Steam reviews. It's true of Steam reviews. It's true of Google reviews. It's true of literally anywhere people can go write their feelings down. Honestly, I should probably sap them here. I'm hoping so, Super Tech. Good to see you in chat. If you're looking for another excellent Marvel Snap content creator to follow, chat, tap the little heart button there on Super Tech's name above the chat. You stream in the evenings, on the weekends occasionally. I don't chat a lot of the time when I'm watching Twitch streams, but I lurk a lot of Marvel Snap streams in my off time. I'll snap them before expansion flips up here, I think. Surprised Jeff and Polaris is enough to justify Miles. We actually have Juggernaut 2, but I think 2 is the floor. Last game, why didn't you Titania last when you were juggernauting them? Because I didn't realize they were going to rug pull the location, and I was expecting to win the game by sending Titania across. I wanted to disrupt their Cerebro bonus. Jeff worth the tokens. Jeff is one of the best cards in Marvel Snap at the moment. I think this is unfortunately a retreat later angle. Retreat later angle.
Escaped.
think Cerebro 2 is very good, chat. We picked up an infinite ticket with that deck before this one. Hey, Thor, thanks for the 10 months. I rate Conquest out of 10. I think it's like a solid 7 or so. I think there's some details around the edges they could clean up, but the core system they have is very reasonable. I think long term, especially if their goal is to make it their more competitive format, they need either multi-deck or side decks, but in the short term as a first pass iteration, I think it's very solid. Jim the Beard, thank you for the prime, appreciate that. I think fighting to 8 cubes would be better. I think the number of cubes that Conquest currently has is wrong, yes. I think it should either be 8 cubes or 12 cubes. Personally, I think if they're aiming for it to be a longer, more competitive format, 12 cubes is the better choice. I do think 10 cubes is an awkward number of cubes. Yeah, I started down 4 cubes this match because I took a cheeky line instead of just playing well. I got too hyper-focused on being adorable and got appropriately punished. The card to the top left is the above my head is my deck. Off to the side of my face is my opponent's deck. And yeah, that's the untapped tracker. You can check them out here. I think they're the best deck tracker for Marvel Snap currently. Is this a snap, maybe? I could Juggernaut here on back-to-back turns. Just keep them out. Not playing to here means I get to not have priority, but I guess priority doesn't really matter, right? Currently a mobile-only gamer, so I jump to the Steam version when they do the official launch. I don't think that really matters. You should just play wherever you'll have the most fun playing. So, if they have... I played the wrong Juggernaut first. It's awkward. If they have Hazmat, they could win the right. But otherwise we keep them out of here, and then we should win left and right, I believe.
Victory.
Proving Grounds 8 cube, infinite 12. Yeah, I think splitting it could be okay. I think making like Proving Grounds and silver 8 and then gold and infinite 12 could be a reasonable compromise too. How would you like others to be the Proving Grounds flat one game? I personally would like the Proving Grounds to just be flat one game, but I also think that that's something they're unlikely to do. Making it 8 cubes would make it so the people that have the mutually agreed upon we're playing one game in the Proving Grounds get to have that experience, which would be nice. Barf! Thank you for the third of a year. Welcome back. Quarter of a year. Math and stuff. You're playing Scarlet Witch over Peg. I can see that. Peg's kind of good in the lockout matchups, but maybe your matches there are good enough that you just don't care. Actually, kind of unlucky for us. I guess let's put them into Daily Bugle. They have a copy of our Red Skull. The Spider Ham change really only affected him in bounce. It actually made him better inside of... It made him better inside of decks that want to play him with Killmonger too. It's noteworthy. Once your card collection is complete, there's not really much economy, right? I mean... That's literally the question today's economy video answers. What does the economy look like for endgame players? So to get a pointed and concise answer to your question, I'd recommend checking out today's video. So this coin flips, so get rid of Shari's Lab before we use it.
Wind.
I guess they do need to get rid of that, true. Has anyone answered if you should go ahead and open your collector's reserves or hoard them in case they buff them? So, the best answer to should you hold your reserves or in case they buff them later or open them now is that you should actually open all of your reserves and all of your spotlights right now because you could get hit by a bolt of lightning tomorrow. And if you get hit by a bolt of lightning tomorrow, you won't be able to have ever opened any of your things. Gamers not optimize the fun out of their games. Challenge level impossible. Yes, they could always change things again. Yes, no, they could never change things ever again. I was already of the opinion that I was gonna be incredibly surprised if they changed spotlights. Or let me finish this game and I'll give a point. If they scam us here with Storm Cerebro, they're at 12. I'm at more than 12. We win. Oh, the Storm's mid. It totally is. That's fine. It doesn't matter. Before I did the math, I was already of the opinion that I was going to be incredibly surprised if they put more collector's tokens into things. After doing all of the math, I would be fucking floored if they gave people more stuff for free at this point, because you're already getting so much for free under the new system that, like, if they give much more for free, players basically won't have to spend money past the season pass to get every card. And I would be very surprised if they move to a model where every card is arbitrarily free just for playing. Pleasantly so, but still very surprised.
Wind, aid my hand.
Okay, that's really good for us, right? You want cubes at 10, but the first to get an 8 cube lead wins. I think that's too cumbersome of a system. Are they gonna storm the Nexus this turn, or are they gonna limbo the Nexus this turn or next turn? I think it's this turn. Want to give them the old jugs. Rip. Do I need more points here? If I just shove all these in the middle and then plan to play Chavez out next turn? Goose could get us. Okay, I want to leave myself flexibility on Goose is a good call. Alright, I like this, I think. I like this, I think. You can't see Goose in there. The deck tracker bugs when something gets hammed. Is unfortunate. So that card that's the pig in the top left is actually Goose. This was pigged. This game was brewed, but there is a Goose in their deck. Bug in the tracker. So where does Chavez go? If they play 2 more 2s here and then Cerebros here, we need to be able to fight over this, right? And what's the most points they could get here? They could go 2 2s plus a Blue Marvel and a Mystique. Getting them a total of 16 over here. Do I just wait on the Chavez to see where they play this turn? And then I can't play whatever I draw next turn? So Red Skull means their Cerebro bonus can only go middle. But it means if they set up to play middle into Cerebro here, I'm gonna need Chavez here to win it. Is the thing. Because they could be 30... Well, I guess I could technically get to 32 here in the middle. I think I'm just passing. They also just passed. Alright, I think that means they can't play enough here. They go Blue Marvel plus a 1-drop. I guess Blue Marvel 1-drop gets us, but they already have their 1-drop spent, right? Blue Marvel 2-drop. Ultimately, I got punished for passing. I think we're good. New econ video is great. Great to have the actual math on things. Thanks, Kashan. All right, chat. That's 2 of the 4 in a row that we need to win. Slow and steady. Don't call it a comeback. I have no intentions of playing games other than Marvel Snap or sponsored content in the short term, Jim Bob. Are we going to Sora? That's honestly a good question. I don't know is the answer. Okay, so they played a 2-drop into not Kudlun. So I get to Polaris their 2-drop into Kudlun and mess them up. This is 7-12 here, meaning even if they brood, we're tying Blue Marvel. We're already all in shit. We can't snap. And if they just have 2 cards like this, even if they double Blue Marvel, we're tying. We're drawing Chavez next turn. I think it's just... I think they can't win here, and it's just Sauron Jeff into Red Skull left. And this gives me the option to slide Jeff into Kudlun as well and play a 13 power Red Skull there. Oh, sweet. And they're giving us an extra turn now. I think this is actually good for us. This is just Chavez left now, right? They need Blue Marvel into Mystique to tie the right, and then at that point, we're still just playing for breakers, so we just want to put really big numbers into play. They'll have a hard time competing for a breaker with Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay. All right, a little bit clenched there for a minute, Chet. I'm not gonna lie. That was a can't play high gambit, Hail Mary.
Victory.
All right. All right, we gave him a free 4-cuber in the first game. I've been playing from behind the whole time. Oh. One more game of Marvel Snap. Golden Volps, thank you for the half a year. I appreciate that. Eric Dares, appreciate the almost 4 years. Thank you for the 46 months. Barf Hideous, thank you for the quarter of a year. Apologies for my delays on getting to the sub acknowledgements. I may or may not have been up till almost 2 a.m. working on the Economy video last night, so we're a little sleep deprived, and splitting focus is harder to do that when a little bit less rest. Echo benefits us, kinda. Hey, Dennis, thank you for the 2/3 of a year. Welcome back. AM is rookie numbers. You come back and talk to me when you're over 30 and have 3 small children. I'll have a conversation about rookie numbers and the time I go to bed. Why not left? I think I want to Red Skull the middle to turn off their Cerebro bonus. Right? How am I winning Mojo World if they have a Cerebro bonus? I'm gonna move Jeff for the sake of being able to play Miles for cheap next turn. If we're lucky, Moon Girl comes into play off a Grand Central and we get 2 Miles plus a Sora next turn. Oh, I can't beat Mystique. They can't Mystique the Blue Marble. They can. Cerebro doesn't count as played off a Grand Central. Mystique won't copy. Mystique does copy, chat. Copies the last card that they played. Defend. Their Scorpion on turn 2 every single game was so rough. Scorpion was -2 over here. Yeah, really close set. I fucked up the first game. I think if I just play properly in the first game and don't try and be cute and give them to Tanya, we crush them easily. Like we basically gave them a 4 cubes for free, trying to take a cute line in the first game. And if I just would have put numbers into play, we would have won. I also think games like this are really sad and kind of highlight the shitty 10 cubes being kind of shit. Because, like, once you start down a small deficit, your odds of coming back are just so unrealistic with how the cube system works, the current cube count. Comebacks are basically impossible. Your odds of winning 4 games in a row are so low. Yeah, I'm not Agatha. I can't do it, Jim. When you do get to come back, bliss. Is it though? Like, I kind of feel drained at the end of it regardless, right? Like, I guess it depends on how far into your run is. But like that one, like on my first gold match, it almost feels like it would have been better to have the sweet release of death and then just try it again. Hey, thanks for the 2 months. Good luck on the rest of your gold run, Czar. If that's the case, what kept you in the game? A feeling of pot committedness and the fact that I paid an entry fee. You feel compelled. You feel compelled to stay because of your nominal investment. Yeah, it's a sunk cost fallacy. How does Shillionaire work? You cash in approximately 1 million shillings and you get access to Beverly Shills in the subs Discord. And trust me, chat, Beverly Shills is the place you want to be. The cost of Shillionaire progressively goes down because Hoaglandia is a fantasy realm where the trickle-down economy actually works. So every time someone claims Shillionaire, it becomes cheaper for everybody at home. Living in Beverly Shills. They're a Zabu Brood deck. Is this negative? I was gonna Juggernaut them here, but since they're filling it anyways, I don't think we kick them out and give them the free space. We just play our biggest stats here and hope it's enough. Fucking brutal. Could be Surfer with Long, could be. All aptly named. Yep.
Opponent snapped.
Oh, get fucking scammed. Whoo, buddy old pal. Whoo, buddy old pal. All right, I'm sold on Wanda, chat. Sold on Wanda. Big scams, big scams. Wanda stonks are way up. Hey, Fergus, is it possible to open a Spotlight cache and get 1,000 tokens instead of the highlighted card? Yes, so they updated it recently. So, this fourth slot here that is a, random series 4 or 5 card, if you get a duplicate, you now get 1,000 tokens instead of a variant, as like the TLDR. You know, I was actually thinking about something because I'm kind of flinching every time I change scenes. I think I'm gonna disable my custom scene transition for the time being and see if that's possibly what was causing OBS to lock up while I wait to hear a debug back. Because it's only ever locking up when I change scenes, so I wonder if it's something with the custom stinger transition. Lose a little bit of branding, but might make things more stable. Why not just remove the ability to get duplicates? Because if they remove the ability to get duplicates, it makes the system too cheap and too generous to get every card incidentally / trivially. Like I've talked about today, I already didn't think they were likely to just give people more free stuff when it comes to the economic model. Looking at the numbers on how much stuff the Spotlight caches give you for free, I would be shocked if they added more free stuff because you're already getting such a high density with spending nothing. Hawkeye, thank you for the 4 months of Prime. Appreciate the support. Welcome back. Offhand, a Spotlight cache is worth in dollars. That's one of the many things I talk about in the econ video today. I also talk about why it's not efficient to spend cash to get Spotlight caches. The implementation of Spotlight caches into the duplicates being tokens is already implemented. They had a bug fix patch on the server side that they snuck it into. Oh my god, Wanda! You're a mad fucking genius. Why is she so good, chat? What? Did you just see our opponent just get completely and mercilessly scammed? Wanda stonks, chat. They're way up. Embrace the chaos.
Victory.
For people that were looking away, I wanted a location that was kind of bad for us, and it turned into Murder World, and our opponent played their Zabu there the same turn. She did her best Teenage Warhead impression. It was wonderful. Didn't get high Evo from Spotlights. Is he worth getting with token? I think high Evo is a very playable and reasonable Marvel step card. If you like the idea of playing games with it, it is a fine card to pick up. Ooh, that's a piece of candy. For someone like you, collection complete and tons of tokens, you think the dupe change was bad? No, I'd rather get more tokens than random variants. I don't care for many random variants. I buy the variants that I want. The dupe change was very good, in my opinion. I'm gonna play Titania here just because she's safe to play here, and then I can move Jeff somewhere else. The endgame economy video made its way to Reddit. That's actually a good thing, I think. Those people need that video more than anybody else. They desperately need it, chat. Hey, Kanarki, thank you for the brand new tier 1.
I am.
Folks like you make my job possible. Thanks for keeping me around. There's no way they stay for 4 here, right? Our opponents never retreated a match of Marvel Snap in their lives, and they're not about to start now. Mushroom Man, thank you for the brand new Prime. There's a ton of great people you can send those Basil bucks for a month here on Twitch. Thanks for sending them this way this month. How much did Ben Brode Venmo you to post this obvious paper? I'm gonna be honest. Every time I reuse the thumbnail image of Ben Brode as Ahab harpooning a whale, I get a little bit worried it might be off-putting to him. I haven't asked him how he feels about that one, but I think it's a good piece of art that I commissioned, so we pull it out on occasion.
Escaped.
Not a big deal, chat. Hey, have a good night, Dimmer. Thank you again for the subgifties today. Appreciate it. What do you think of just Wanda here? With Sauron in hand, I want to hold Ebony Moss, so that way if we draw Moon Girl, we can have 2 7 power 1 drops. Come on, Murder World! Come on, Murder World! Never lucky, chat. Never lucky. Wait, they did nothing? Excuse me. Excuse me. What if I pull one of these friends into here? I guess there's a 33% chance I let them get another point into Fisk Tower, and then that's bad. I think I just red skull the left, and then we have a bunch of stats in the middle on the last turn, right? I press the button after they miss turn 4. Haven't gotten a gold split in like 8 months, and I've played this game. So this game is bad, and it's definitely a good reason. Sometimes the splits, they just don't come through. Oct. Thanks for making sure your sub does come every month, though. Appreciate the 7. They haven't played negative yet, that's true. Got my first gold split today, and it's Agatha. That's definitely the easiest one to farm up. Is this snappable? I'm gonna put all their cubes in. This is Sauron into Moon Girl into Red Skull Ebony Maw. Oh, wait, is that not true? Did I mess that up because of the size of my hand? I didn't play enough cards early, did I? I know. Yeah, if I counted wrong. If I do this, I get Juggernaut and Titania. That's probably still fine, though, right? You think I need Chavez in the middle? How big are they going to get on the left? On the left, they can Wong Surfer for 8 up to 16. And then they could Ironheart, say they hit another 3 there. They get to 22. 7, 5, 5 would be 17... 21 only. I think I put Chavez here.
I am Iron Man. I am Iron Man.
Where were you last turn? Oh, right, Chavez. I guess I scam here just for the sake of hitting a bar with no name, right? We'll see if being +4 in the middle bites us or not. We could have been 4 more in the middle. All right, let's go. Let's go! Enjoying Cerebro 2, you get a lot of cubes storming Limbo on 6. Definitely maple syrup. I think that deck's really solid. We picked up an infinite ticket with Cerebro 2 in the run before this deck. Those are good for a Yondu deck on average. Also, Yondu deck means Killmonger on average, which is probably a tough matchup for this deck. What did they destroy? Yeah, I think for now. Think next week's OTA could bump Magic 4. I'd be shocked if Magic was changed in next week's OTA. Very, very, very surprised. I don't have priority here, which sucks. If we'd have won the 50% on priority, this Juggernaut would have just been absurd. I played the wrong jug again. Good call. Yes, every single month you get a Prime sub on Twitch. So when your current run runs out, you can pick up one more. Rip. Speaking of primers, Sunny Solo and Magnars, thanks for spending your Bezos dollars here again. Helping us work towards our mid-roll free goal for August. For people that are new to the channel or haven't heard me talk about it before, streaming here on Twitch is my full-time job. But you'll note that unlike a lot of the bigger channels, there aren't constant mid-roll ads on my stream while we're in the middle of stuff. And the reason I'm able to do that is because the bulk of my income is derived from people that support directly either with their own dollary dues or Jeff Bezos' dollary dues. Appreciate that, Tortel. As long as I can continue to float around that 2,500 sub goal mark, lets me derive the bulk of my income from that support and will keep the channel mid-roll free. There is that single pre-roll ad when you come into the stream. I can't disable those. Those are mandatory on the Twitch side, but I do have control over when ads run in the middle of the stream, just like every other streamer on the platform. Lovely. A prize for the winner of the Conquest tournament. Yeah, whoever wins the Conquest tournament gets the variant for their community that voted for them. I think I just leave here. My hand's just not very good. Everyone participating in the Conquest tournament gets an appearance fee for playing in the thing. It's more of a little bit more casual focus, get people excited to play Conquest style thing, help promote, cross-promote content creators, etc. As opposed to a super cutthroat style event. Which I think is good. I think the structure for how they've set things up is very good.
Opponent snapped.
I think my hand's good enough. We're down low enough that we just need to take some risks at this point. I don't know that this is a deck I could play in the tournament, because I really don't like playing decks that get shit on by single cards. And just like feeling that I'm at an incredible disadvantage because they queued up with Killmonger is not a good feeling. I don't think we're 0%, but we're definitely super far behind. Curious on what your thoughts are on how Second Dinner interacts with content creators. As someone who has existed in the content creation space for over a decade now, and has worked with a lot of different large companies over the years, Second Dinner has consistently been one of the best game makers, publishers, whatever you want to call it, to work with from the content creation side. Their communication is good. Their reception to feedback in private has been good. The avenues of communication and people I get to talk to as one of the bigger people in the community have been fantastic. I think they do a good job of working with smaller creators as well. The general content creator program for Marvel Snap has pretty minimal barriers to entry and includes a lot of people, which is a good thing. It's not been Brode's first rodeo. I mean, there's a bunch of talented people. I actually have never had any first-hand interactions with Ben Brode. And he's obviously great at what he does and is a very experienced game designer, but like, they have a whole fantastic team of phenomenal individuals there. Past just him obviously being one of the best in the industry. Inbox is still bugged on the Steam client. Bugged, never existed, tomato, tomato. Doesn't yelling Brode into the heavens count as first hand? Good thought. Their death is very free. Like 4 cards in their deck. I am just gonna hope they don't have it. Their Shang got Sokovia. Is Destroy about to become the new bouncer? How you vote? At a minimum, Killmonger is about to become a lot more popular next season. It's definitely the case. But yeah, X23 and Draken both look real good. That's good. I can't tell if this is good. Let's try and get big over here on the left. They're going to play center, which will move Silk and give us a window to Shang-Chi their death in the middle. Explain your line of thinking on replacing Spider-Man with Arrow in this deck. I think Arrow has the potential to just be a pretty generically good deck card at the moment. Pulling around opposing Spider-Man or Professor X's seems potentially very good. She's also, in theory, kind of good with Jean Grey, because Jean Grey will dictate where their first card goes in a turn, and then Arrow will dictate where their second card goes in that turn. They have null here plus something here that beats this. We could be in trouble. I guess they could also beat us on the left. They have null here plus beat us left. Okay. Thanks for the cubes, Boomer.
Victory.
I'm gonna move Jeff here actually with Adeline flipping up, so we can play Miles out next turn. Yes, Jeff can only move a single time. Radar, thank you for the half a year. Appreciate that. Good morning, good morning. Good afternoon. I guess it's 1 o'clock already. Time flies. Oh, they are a magic deck, aren't they? It is awkward that I have priority here. Just Carnage, not Killmonger.
Enough said, bub.
Let's force them into the island. Also, make sure we continue to not have priority. Oh, the island means Gina's silence too. Yeah, my brain's bad.
Opponent snapped.
One, I supposed, interesting consideration with Arrow in this deck is that Arrow is a card that often wants us to have priority, and then Kitty is a card that wants us not to have priority. There's a little bit of awkward tension there.
Enough said.
think this is solid, right? I have like Deadpool plus Null. I guess if they Null left and Deadpool center, I lose with this. This beats Null left, Deadpool center. They can have a death as well. Yeah, I guess that's true. So close. By 1. Technically, we lost by 2. If we tie here, we tie here, we lose that. He would have won that. Yep. They have priorities, so means I get to fill the raft before Silk moves next turn. All right, yeah, we take those. Yeah, Zola Shang might be a thing we do this set for sure. Wait, I have to start here. Zoling shit. Probably retreating. Yeah, I probably should have continued to keep the Zola path up, but I wanted to get Angela going, but I think that was just wrong. Do you think that does it? Could have moved Jeff. Nope. Could not have. There's no reason for them to snap. They should just let me limp, and if they can surprise beat me, they can surprise beat me. Going on, Koyo, thank you for the entire year of support. Let's get you a sword to go with that shield. Welcome back. Sometimes lucky rubber ducky. Dare Hulk, thank you for the 2.5 years. Appreciate that.
Victory.
I don't know if we're supposed to win those, but we certainly take them. The person that called my opponent bad. Similar to how you are always welcome to offer thoughtful and reasonable criticism of the plays that I make here, you are also not allowed to just point blank criticize my opponent with no justification. You can always offer constructive feedback of things that could have potentially been done better, but just they're bad is not that. Don't do it in my space. Location is so terrible for us. That one is also not great. All right, dear Westview, please be kind. Rewind. I ready to start generating more copies of Kitty Pride? I think so. So I do this. I get 2 back to my hand. And then I play 2 out. I get 4 back to my hand. That sounds right. 2 back and 4 back. Yeah. I haven't venomed us yet. His last words. I do this, all the kitties come back to my hand, and then next turn I have 4 of them to play out that all have 6. I don't think there's any reason to double Craven. We're just like on the full kitty plan. We win center and left, right? We're going down to a final one. Why Silk Kitty is bigger? Silk triggers Angela, so she's 1 more. Something. I'm still here for a long time. We're taking submissions. I'm not taking submissions today, Rand. Thank you for the 62 months. Today and Monday and Tuesday, we are just prepping, playing decks that I want to play potentially in the Conquerors tournament. We'll be potentially doing viewer submissions at the end of next week, but not until then. Not until after Conquerors. Rookie Bobby says you gotta win because I voted for you. Well, you know what they say, if you ain't first, you're last. So we'll do our best. I'm gonna move Nightcrawler proactively because they're a Killmonger deck, so I'm just gonna like get my Craven value before it gets blown away. That's funny, we both got 0s. Saving Yellow Jacket until you have to play Devormir better. Maybe? it. Don't think adding 2 in the middle risks taking priority. We'll see. Yeah, stay Momos. I'm doing this. Yeah, does Zola get us here? Arrow left. I don't have priority. Yeah, I think the fact that because this is a kitty deck and you want to not play for priority, I need Silk to end left, right?
Enough said, bud.
It's also worth noting that we won this 75% of the time, right? If Silk goes right, she has another 50-50. Just for the sake of, we needed to hit a little bit lucky, but we did have a redraw there, right? We had a second coin flip we could have won. I think this was our setup for sure. I think Arrow is bad in this deck. I think Arrow is potentially good in this metagame. I think in order for Arrow to be good, you need to be playing a deck that wants to have priority. And this deck, generally speaking, is jockeying not to have priority. Hey, Sir Miss-a-Lot. Always hitting the bullseye with the sub-gift of Rudy's. Thank you for the 5 gifted. That's very generous. Appreciate you pushing us up towards our mid-roll free goal for August. Thanks for the support. I had Spider-Man in that slot previously. I don't know that I love that, though. It's okay. Spider-Man's just, like, kind of awkward with Jean Grey. It's like I almost feel like I want another cheaper card. Gamora's felt okay. Yeah, I would buy Gamora. Gamora's pretty solid with Jean. I've played Gamora before. She's a solid turn 6 play alongside Kitty Pryde or Miles as well. Like that. I also have a sick Gamora split invariant. When in doubt, chat, tie break with the superior cosmetic. Do you ever split inks and golds to go for Kirby Crackle plus inked gold? No, I'm usually not that greedy. Do I snap here? Our start's kind of silly, right? I get to go miles into Kitty Pride and back again? Sure. Maybe that's nothing? Pay to win. This deck is definitely a little bit on the expensive side, huh? But we've got 3 Series 5 in it. Jeff Silk Jean. Kitty technically as well, but... Have you gotten... Could Vision be okay here? Vision could be okay. Yeah, Vision's a card that has synergy with Jean, Craven, Angela. Could see that being okay if we wanted to try it. You'll note that I had Nightcrawler in my hand, but I declined to play it out because I had Angela. I'm gonna snap the Shang-Chi on the Monster Isle. Have you hit collection level 24,000 yet? We'll need to have an all gold split deck in honor of being 24 karat gold. I've not, but that's a fun idea. We will certainly have to do that. And shape it up nicely. I will say, one of my favorite things about the Kitty Pride redesign is the fact that I feel a lot less bad skipping playing her out for a turn, because I'm only missing 1 point instead of 2 on the turn that I skip. Well, they can't Professor X scam me because of Jean Grey, so... What's the snap mean? They might be about to move the monster on the Monster Island. Makes both my reactive cards awkward here. What if I move the Crawler and then just play Enchantress here? Let's place for all 3. It's a wild game to stay in for 8 cubes.
Victory.
Maybe they just don't want to play from behind, but what's that call? Were they beating us without Jeff? The Jeff was only +4 here, right? So they were just playing for a tiebreaker. They were going to be 15 to 15, 9 to 7, and then 10 to 2. If you're looking at this deck, you're thinking, man, this is sweet. I haven't seen this deck before. That means you missed my best decks video. My best decks video, in addition to being analytical breakdowns of the most popular and top performing decks per untapped metrics, also include a handful of decks at the end that I pick as counter meta or pet picks of mine. And this was one of the deck lists I included in there when we covered the best decks early on in the format after the OTA change. I think this core is super, super solid. That's fun. Huh. Well then. All right. Rid of my Enchantress, sure. This play is gonna put me far enough ahead that I'm gonna have priority going into this last turn. Is a small concern. This next turn, I guess I should say. Arcady Pride's not that big, though. We'll do this, so that way if Silk jumps left, we have another chance to send her right into Craven's arms. Very real chance we get a Killmonger this turn. We're in trouble if they have Death and Null. Or if they have Shang. Yeah, I guess Shang's a little scary. Oh no. When the deathlock moved, I clenched for a second. I was like, oh shit. Breaker, give me some news. It's my favorite Stegron deck. If you check the very start of yesterday's stream on my secondary YouTube channel, we had a viewer submission to build a Stegron deck, and we built a Kingpin Stegron Magneto deck that was kind of fun. The Sakaar grabbing a null or a death that we can Shang-Chi can be the difference between winning and losing this game. I snapped them now, right?
Enough said.
They only have one card in hand. Bet it's smaller than 15.
Victory.
Okie dokie. Okie dokie. The more I play with Jean Grey, the more impressed I become by her text box. She definitely was not amazing in the previous Marvel Snap format where bounce was everywhere. But in a post-bounce being the #1 deck to beat world, she feels real solid. Speaking of bounce, shall we? Bounce, baby bounce. I've missed these hands, chat. I've missed the 6, 7, 8. I've missed the double-digit bast hands. Snap, baby, snap. We are done with the bounce drought. We don't have to use a single deck for the tournament, Chaos. Oh my god! Oh, chat! Oh, baby! Oh, baby! Yeah, for people that are newer to Snap, this is the OG bounce deck. This is the bounce deck we played before Hitmonkey existed. Kitty Pride has worked her way into here because she's lovely, but the rest of this core, they're Thanos. They are Thanos, and we're playing Dark Hawk. Noteworthy thought here. Hey, Lucian, thank you for the 2 months. I really appreciate you dropping the Prime off this way again. Looks like you make my job possible. Thanks for helping us work our way towards our sub goal for July. Got a few days left to try and hit that. Sit down for a little bit here. You didn't run Collector before. Correct. We played Bishop before Kitty released, but with the addition of Kitty, I think Collector is ideal. Ugh. Speaking of things that are ideal, chat. Why is Korg good enough for Darkhawk? Because it gives you extra stats. And it disrupts them. It makes their draws worse. Oh, they're gonna Professor X the right. That's a good read. I should play the Falcon there to play around that scam. Okay, so you think they're gonna X right this turn? I guess they could. Putting the hood here to play around X right is relatively free. So like cost me, it's like one point of opportunity loss. Chavez isn't really, or sorry, Wave isn't really in the output range of the opponent's type of deck anymore. I don't think that's a card you like really need to play around. Oh, Shang-Chi, yeah, fair. Fair. Needed another one of our payoffs. We needed Collector or Darkhawk that game to be able to contest the Citadel. Normally, you can play around Shang-Chi by playing to all the paths in this deck, but between Rickety Bridge and not having a second payoff, that just wasn't an option. Hey, Happy! Thank you for the brand new Tier 1 sub. Appreciate the support. I mean, we were losing even without the Claw and Onslaught, right? Well, I guess if Onslaught was something else, the Dino would have been weaker too, and then maybe we had a shot. What's up with the opponent's deck tracker? What do you mean by what's up with it? Is there a problem? Doesn't look like there's any issues with it.
This land can never be fully known.
Oh, that's annoying. They only play 3 cards. Yeah, they played 3 cards and then Stones last game. Maybe Scarlet Witch should replace Collector to help with the Storm Magic meta. Why do you think this deck is bad into Storm? And bad into Magic? This deck's actually quite good into, I go here, actually, and then we'll Spider-Man them on the left in the last turn. This deck's quite good into Limbo, because we're really good at spending a bunch of extra energy on a turn 7 and getting extra big and playing to all 3 simultaneously. Collector is also a card people love to cut from this deck, and I think people are very, very wrong every time that they do. Yeah, it would be nice if the deck tracker would show Thanos when they play a stone. I put in that feature request, but unfortunately I don't think it's happening. Yeah, this deck loves the turn 7. Claw's a good thought. Even if they move Cosmo and Claw, they're only tying me there though, right? Oh, I guess if they tie though, I lose the breaker. That's awkward. Yeah, I messed up. Maybe I think I'm supposed to play Kitty Pryde this turn, so the Collector could be 13.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man.
Oh wait, they filled the middle? That should mean there's no Claw here, right? That's great for us. Yeah, they were just planning to be able to play for Baxter Building. Is Mirage good? I think Mirage is good enough that you should be happy if you shouldn't be unhappy if you open her on your way to getting Thanos, but I probably wouldn't keep opening caches for her. There's no reason to show them Darkhawk if they stay in here for some reason, right?
Victory.
Corgi on one. Sorry, I was fixing my bounce move deck highlight. Just went live on the YouTube channel. I had the wrong deck list in the video description. So the video on negative Deadpool, I'm having a blast with it. Managed to hit infinite. Nice. Yeah, it took a ton of fun. That's true. If they're a reasonable player, they should have Hawk on their radar from the fact that they saw Korg is a good call out. I want to play Collector into Hala because I don't think he's going to be big enough to contest that path by 4. He's got a lot of potential longer term. So I do this, and then next turn I get to go 1-drop into Beast, pick these up. Well, I was gonna pick the Korg back up, but Kitty Pryde seems like good value. Is Korg better? Korg makes Rock Slide or Darkhawk better. They get to Professor X somewhere. Yeah, that's a good point. I think I just play for left and right though still, right? Like I think I'm winning through them scamming the middle with Professor X. I think they scam the middle with Professor X and I just don't care. There's Spider-Man right. Spider-Man right could get us. If I do this, so that way my collector doesn't move and we don't get scammed by Spider-Man on the right. The deck has 12 cards in it. Their odds of having Shang are low. But they're not zero. Shang can't kill demons, is correct. This loses to them just playing something big on the left though, right? Because I'm only going to plus 8, 19 here. But Thanos is only 11. When your Shang-Chi kills 40 power worth of things, then you still just fucking die. So I played the demon here instead of Hawk because if they would have gone Shang-Chi plus a 1-drop here, they would have beaten Dark Hawk on the left. And they would have had Shang-Chi plus Soul Stone. We lose, right? If I play Dark Hawk here. Dino left would have gotten us, yeah. I'm not sure in a spot like this if I'm supposed to play this or not. I think I am. Because I could wait to, like, play it onto Angela, but I guess I get a demon to play onto Angela if I don't draw a different 1-drop, huh? Press the button here. You see dot. I guess it's... So one of the dynamics that's hard against this opponent's deck to play into is that not having priority against Shang-Chi on turn 6 and also beating Professor X and Spider-Man on turn 5 is hard. Collector's definitely the best draw in our deck. Should just play Ghost. I mean... Did you miss the econ stuff? The econ stuff was a video I recorded for YouTube up until 2 a.m. last night. So if you want a good, solid econ breakdown, be sure to check out the YouTube site today. To everybody talking about every possible terrible bad thing the opponent could do to us, yeah, sometimes you're just gonna get fucked, chat. Their deck's real busted. Good RNG, bud.
Escaped.
Reality Stone's a little bit of a diff there. I will say the opponent's archetype makes me long for Lockjaw and Shuri to be good. I think this style of deck being one of the best decks in the format is very draining. I think in a perfect world, this style of deck should never be the best deck, in my opinion. Draw a Falcon here. Control heavy meta is brutal. I think calling it just a control deck undersells the point that I'm trying to make. I think the fact that it is a lockout style deck is the reason I would say I don't think it should be the best style of deck in the game. Prison decks. It's not that, like I think Sarah Disruption, for example, is a fine deck to have be one of the better decks in the format. I think this prison style deck is not that. Spider-Man on the left and die.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Yep. There's just nothing you can do. I think one of my, whoa, that is a massive tip to the anonymous person that just donated 50 USD. Jeff, I really appreciate all you've done for the Marvel Snap community. Thank you for the support. That is a lot of it. I think it was Dara was the person I heard make this suggestion first. Maybe he got it somewhere else, I don't know. I think Spider-Man should be designed like Jean Grey in that he only prevents you from playing a card to his location if you can't play anywhere else. So like, for example, in a spot like this where I could fill these two and then I have a third card that I could play, I would get to play my third card here into Spider-Man because there's literally nowhere else on the board it could go. So I think similar to how Jean Grey is never a fully lock you out card, This card could still, you could maybe even give it a point of power or knock it back down to 4 as a 4/4. But I think having its restriction be a restriction that's never a full lockout like that would be, yeah, tag that if possible here. What if you just couldn't play your first card there? I think they would need to, that's like a very different card at that point. And its cost and power would need to be drastically different to reflect that. I have mixed feelings about Professor X. I think it's largely fine. I think similar to Legion being a symmetrical lock, the fact that what's it called as a symmetrical lock is pretty solid. It's a lot less frustrating than Spider-Man being asymmetrical. I think if you wanted to make Professor X lose his lane to Jeff, I'd be okay with that. If you wanted to make him a 5/2. Yeah, no, unfortunately, as much as I like the idea of Hawk Bounce in general, I think that that's probably just not competitive into the lockout deck. For the best decks in Marvel Snap right now, check out my best decks video talking about that. Why don't I play the ladder anymore? Because I have a Conquest tournament next week, and the ladder is full of bots. Once I hit Infinite in the season, there's really not a compelling reason to ever play ladder matches for me personally. If I want to play more casually, I'll just play the Proving Grounds and slam through that. Best counter to the Thanos deck. There is not a hard counter to the Thanos deck. Part of the reason why the Thanos deck is reasonable and solid is the fact that its worst matchups are probably 45 or 50%. It's a generically good deck that has good tools into everything in the field. Decks that don't get hosed by single counter cards, which Thanos deck is that. Again, the Thanos deck we're talking about is covered in the best decks video that was published last week. The Thanos Control Prison deck. You struggle with playing that deck. Which deck? The Thanos deck? No, I don't really have any tips for playing the Thanos deck. I haven't really spent much time playing it. I'm not someone who enjoys playing mirror matches, so generally speaking, you're not going to find me playing whatever the stock best deck is in a given format. I would rather spend brain cells trying to find something slightly off meta that I can attack it with, rather than trying to min-max my potential inside of mirrors. Yeah, check out KM Best or Lambie, are two content creators that tend to be best deck grinders. The people in chat that are offering up other suggestions now for things they would like to see cards do, I'd like to move off of that topic at this point. The conversations regarding how they could potentially change cards is not one that's ever productive or feels good in my experience. Well, that's a snap. Electro from the top rope. It's an incredibly rude Triskelion mood. They are not a Thanos deck. check and see that for sure. You explain Quantum Realm really quick to me. The actual answer is that I can't really explain Quantum Realm really quick. It's kind of a weird card that has a lot of or weird location that has a lot of unintuitive and awkward interactions. Yeah, I agree, Chris. I think in the world that we live in now, where we regularly get balance passes, the Marvel Snap's consistently been in a very good spot. The twice a month OTA updates on top of the monthly balance patch is basically exactly what I've always wanted from a digital card game. And I think Second Dinner's been knocking it out of park with not only the change that they've been making, but the rate at which they've been making those changes. Any thoughts on Lorcana as a former Magic player? I am just assuming that because Lorcana has a Disney IP, I'm not going to be able to get cards for it anytime soon. So I really haven't looked into the gameplay. Yeah, Wizards of the Coast, when they implemented their digital format, and then they were going to balance it like once every 4 months. It was just like a joke. If the Lorcana people do a good job of making Lorcana accessible in terms of price point like Pokemon does, I will consider checking it out with the kids.
Victory.
We'll snap on the Hawk draw into the Subterranean. You've only seen Nebula out of them so far. I've been following Pokemon Unite ahead of the upcoming championships. I've watched some of their USC stuff, but no, I haven't followed it too closely. One of the things that's awkward about Pokemon Unite is that the new character releases are often bugged or busted, so they get banned from being in competitive play. So it's hard to follow competitive play and the regular play super closely because they're just such different formats. And that's even before you get into the fact that they have draft mode in their competitive stuff now, and casual play does not have draft mode. I think ideally, regardless of what kind of game it is, you want your casual and competitive mode to have a lot of similarities between them. So that way, it's easier to convince casual players to care about the competitive mode. That's a solid draw here. This Darkhawk's gonna be 18 at the end of the game. Sorry, 21 was the best. They only have a draft mode for competitive play patches, not for regular. Not for ladder. This game, he's Dark Hulk. Yeah, basically. Luke would be a sick top deck, yeah. I think Jeff is probably the best Series 5 card you could spend tokens on currently. If they like Hulk left and a bomb middle, they could get us here, I guess. Oh. Yeah, Patches. Their esports stuff has always had a good bit of downtime, though. I don't know if the draft really adds that much more to it. Hey, yeah, Jeff is biased, though. That's true. You know, we don't have an emote for every Marvel Snap card, but we do have an emote for Jeff the Jeff. The Arcana people are trying to make it as accessible as possible. Yeah! So, like, what they say and what actually ends up happening tend to be different, though, right, Ova? So, like, I hope they try to make it accessible and they succeed, but as far as, like, will it be? It's definitely, like, a wait-and-see type thing. Because there's some things that are outside of their control, too, right? Alright, so we definitely just got ghosted for all of our cubes, huh? That's a very, very frustrating feeling. Hopefully they're enjoying the stream. When I stream the event on Tuesday afternoon, we will be streaming on a delay. Because I don't want to lose a run that could potentially get the community something that voted for me because of stuff like that. I'm interested to see how that'll hurt metrics. Am I gonna talk to no one? Yeah, my chat's gonna be closed too. I'll probably check in and chat via text in between matches, but yeah, my stream's gonna be on a delay and chat will be closed. We'll be tryharding a little bit. Tuesday night. It technically runs for 48 hours, but I don't know that I'm gonna take it super seriously past the first 3 hours from the stream thing. We'll see. My bet is that the event will probably have someone who's likely to be the winner after the first 4 or 5 hours. I bet someone will hit a good win streak and set it at like 7+, and then nobody else is gonna catch up from there. My Iceman right, then Beast him back. Sounds nice. Figured out what I'm gonna play for the event. Well, we don't have to play the same deck for the whole thing. You're just playing Conquest matches, so. Sure. Kind of punished for playing to the Bass Path, actually. It's a little bad, man. I would have played these out here. I could have picked the Korg up and redone that one too. Am I trying to contest the middle? Do I need to contest the middle with an Iron Man? Probably not.
I am Iron Man.
I think I actually don't play Zabu out because I want the ability to hawk in the middle here, I think. They're a surfer deck. Yeah, they're negative surfer.
I am Iron Man.
Gauge to right blocks a rogue, potentially, yeah. Got him! Hook, line, and sink 'em. They probably just can't play middle, right? We just do this. Yeah.
Victory.
It is number of wins in a row. So someone who's going to be playing for a massive amount of time over the 48-hour window doesn't have that much of an advantage over someone of a similar skill level or over someone that's better than them. Because it's longest win streak inside of Infinite Conquest. The time it takes you to get that win streak is a tiebreaker. If both players, for example, have a win streak of 8, or whatever the highest is, the time it took them to get it is the breaker. Fun/noteworthy interaction here. When you bast your rock slide, Luke Cage undoes that penalty. How do they track these metrics? This event is officially being run/associated with Second Dinner. And they are tracking the metrics on the backend API automatically to a website that's going to be updating, is my understanding, for the players competing. Luke Young, thank you for the quarter of the year. Welcome back. All right, I mean, our Shang-Chi wasn't good, but their surfer came down early, and then they got fucking hell-cowed. Oh my god. Oh man. That's the good stuff right there. Hey, thanks for the half a year, King J. Appreciate it. Got me. Luke Cage is just in our deck as like a utility card, so that. It was not the Darkhawk I wanted for Christmas, but is 8 enough to get me to stay in? Hey, Silvestro, thank you for the 32 months. Welcome back. I don't expect them to be able to get more points on the right. These decks usually play. I think we're staying if they don't leave. Oh, yeah, that's true. Grabbing my Luke Cage took 4 points off of here. There's still plenty over here, though, right? Oh, you can't get 8 big because you have to Mystique first. Oh, yeah, that's true, actually. Okay, well, I'm glad they retreated then. Odin left could jump them right. They're not playing Odin in their deck. It's not a reasonable card in their output range. Man, the opponent likes to live dangerously. I'd have played the Zabu into the face down location, right? But their prerogative, I suppose. What do we think about Iron Man left, and then we Mystique the Iron Man right along with a follow-up here? Seems fine. Oh, that's nice. So now we can go Mystique into Cage Iceman. They could have Rogue, that's true. Although if they don't Rogue this turn, I'll have priority going into the last turn, and then I get to play Luke Cage down. Is that a possibility, right?
I am Iron Man.
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 Where's Living Tribunal when you need him, right?
I am Iron Man.
Oh, wait, Jen, I thought he was Iron Man. How can she also be Iron Man? It's actually kind of a shame that they didn't hit all of these here, so I can't kill them. I think them staying there, just hoping that that's good enough is probably what they need to do. Does Rogue steal 2 abilities that played on Wong? She does not. Only ever 1. So, there's a... And I know that this sounds like a bold claim into a deck that's kind of an established deck, but you know the Devil Dino Darkhawk deck that's like been a fringe metagame player off and on for the last number of months? I think this deck is just a better version of that deck. As like my kind of hot take, maybe. I don't know, that deck's like not at the top of the format, so maybe that's not too outlandish of a claim. But like I think that deck's been aggressively middling for, yeah, like the Coulson Dino Darkhawk deck. I think this just kind of does what that deck does, but better. Why Beast? Beast lets you reuse Iceman, Korg, and Black Widow. And occasionally Rock Slide even, but usually just the baby ones. Beast is also just like a pretty fine stat line. They're doing chat. We'll stay for a cube with our cheap disruptive cards. I'd love to draw a beast to clean out the left side here. I have room to put this in play. I don't know that I do. Probably. Counterpoint, dinosaurs are cool. My 3-year-old would agree with you. She's very pro-dinosaur.
Wind, aid my hand.
Why have I opted to not include Iron Lad? Because I have a modicum of respect for the game. You think I'm gonna get Legioned? Widow right, Hawk left. I think Hawk left is overcommitting. I think I do this and it beats Legion. How would you generalize the general theme of this deck? Good stuff fast. Yeah, I think that's an accurate summation. I could lose to Jeff plus a Misty Knight trigger going right, but I think we definitely stay in for that. Honestly, if we thought they were the Legion deck, I probably should have snapped them back on going into that turn.
Opponent snapped.
Do you recommend getting Legion or Galactus? So, the best piece of advice I could give you in terms of those two cards is that you can play a Legion deck without Legion, generally speaking. You can't play a Galactus deck without Galactus. So in terms of, like, giving yourself a wider range of decks to play, do you always play Bast on one here? I think so. It's actually kind of annoying. I guess I just play here now to out the Nebula trigger since it's gonna end up there anyways. Do I snap them back here? I snap them back here.
Snap.
I go Iron Man here, Hawk here, Mystique here.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here. I am Iron Man.
This is 27 power Mystique on the right. It's a little baby Mystique.
Victory.
You ever consider deck guides instead of highlights showing bad hands and when to retreat? That type of content is not only harder and more time consuming to make, it is actually far less popular than people just watching the game. The average person watching Marvel Snap content on YouTube thinks they are smarter than the people that are making the content, and they don't want to be told how to play the deck. They want to watch the deck get played so they can critique and think about what they're watching and how they would have played it better as an armchair quarterback. And that's not to say that everybody watching it feels that way, but I think that a lot of people that engage with that type of content, that's the type of experience they're looking to get, which is why getting right to gameplay is more popular. For people that are newer to my content, you only know the fact that my deck guides start with gameplay right away. I originally used to do longer 3 to 5 minute deck breakdowns at the start of those videos, and people consistently just don't want to watch that type of theory, technical stuff. They just want to get to the gameplay and watch the games happen. So anything related to a deck that's just like not constant gameplay. The only successful videos in terms of metrics that look at deck lists without gameplay are like the best decks video, where they're like rapid fire, here's a deck for 90 seconds, here's a deck for 60 seconds, here's a deck for 90 seconds, where it's just like the fastest breakdown possible and more stuff like that. Mira Rampy, thank you for the 2 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Hey, Bearded, thanks for the 2 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Yeah, we sat down and ground through a bunch of AI bots to infinite right before they were the bounce deck. Is this whole deck inked or gold now? Yeah, it is. Luke Cage was the last card that wasn't inked or gold in it. And we got a fourth split inked Luke Cage the other day. They are also a Zabu deck, which probably means I don't want to play Rock Slide mid, so I'd like to fade their Shang-Chi there. Well, I don't have to worry about Shang-Chi there anymore. Ooh, that's a piece of candy. Press the button on that one. Rock! Never lucky. Fine. I guess I'll just Shang-Chi them. Getting a rock would be funnier, though. Oh, no! Oh, no! Well, shit. Oof. It's a real shame I don't have a Zabu of my own here. The Shang-Chi and the Darkhawk are effectively the same. They have 6 cards in their deck. I'm paying 2 cubes to see what's in their deck here.
Victory.
Potter Goes Gaming, thank you for the 2.5 years. Welcome back. I learned better from seeing it play out visually, so learning the deck breakdown while watching it play out. I mean, but you're splitting your focus, right? So from a pure learning standpoint, giving you a visual stimulant that's unrelated to what I'm talking about when I'm talking about the deck isn't really helping you learn. It's just like stimulating. It's like having a TV show playing while you're trying to do homework. Like, you could do your homework, or you could watch the TV show, or the TV show could, like, vaguely make noise in the background, but you're not, like, actually getting... You're not engaging with both of them simultaneously. One of them is taking a major backseat. TLDR. We are Nidvaler gamers. Are you trying to tell me I'm not working right now? LOL. Are they a lockjaw deck? I can't tell what their deck is doing. I don't know that I want to snap them until I know what their deck is doing. But I guess my hand is like also good here. Fine. He's got high evo for a cash. Can I find some decks to use about a YouTube channel? Yeah, definitely, Coachin. And for what it's worth too, I think basically every high evo deck that was good before they nerfed a couple of the cards is still good after. So any of the older high evo decks are still worth taking a peek at if you like the look of them.
Opponent snapped.
I am Iron Man.
They're a Cosmo deck. I'm not gonna get greedy. I'm just gonna go ahead and cut this down. They showed us Cosmo. I'm just gonna kill the onslaught while I have priority.
Victory.
Yes, probably Living Tribunal. So many beasters. Man, it's been a solid day. It's a little tiring. Gold Conquest and playing the sweaty game mode straight through is a lot more mentally taxing than just like slamming and stuff. Why is Infinite locked like that? Infinite Conquest is only open at the last week of the season. Gold's legit headache inducing. Let's do a quick summary. So we tried a few. Well, we're not done playing games today, but just like thoughts on decks that I like so far. Cerebro 2 felt pretty solid. I think this is gonna get another run through as we look for decks for the tournament. Cerebro 2 felt all right. Legion good stuff is good, but I don't know that I necessarily want to play this because I would expect to play a solid number of mirror matches if I played this. But I think if you're someone that doesn't mind playing mirrors, this Darkhawk Legion full of tech cards is pretty solid. This was the deck highlight on the YouTube side yesterday if you missed it with those. What else do we do? Oh, I think I want to... Maybe we'll try some games with this. I think this has potential to be solid without hitting too many mirrors as the lockout plan, but also as like this little moves package that I like. I'm a big fan of the Angela Craven Jeff Nightcrawler package. Which, speaking of, another one of the decks that we played that felt good today is this kitty control shell continues to feel really good to me. It has that little moves package that I was talking about while also having the interactive bits and some controlling elements with like Gene. This actually, I think we're gonna do another set with this too. I think this has some swagger value from the fact that it's all inked or gold. Part of me wants to burn credits going for an inked split on these. That's gotta be terrible, EV. I would be really sad if I missed on Bast and then didn't have my gold anymore. But part of me wants to just like go for all inked for the swagger purposes. So this split's also really good too. I really wish I didn't have to risk my border splits, because like the gold border, gold background with blue particles is just so good. I don't want to split it again, but like for this deck, I would really love to have a full 12 in ink. I watched the econ video, but I'm confused. Can someone explain to me why the average free-to-play player gets 6 cards, new cards on release, but only gets 15 spotlight caches? It's 4 caches to guarantee the one you need. Yeah, it takes you on average 2.5 spotlights to open a specific card, because you're 25% to get the thing you want, then you're 33%, and then you're 50%. While there's some fail cases where it will take you 4 spotlights to get the exact thing you wanted, most of the time you will get it before then. Yeah, Jean Grey has felt really good into the Thanos decks. I agree with that. You look for another good Iceman or Bast variant to the shop. I don't know that there's another good Iceman around. And the Bast variant, I'll probably pick up, who's the artist that does this Carnage and this Venom? There's, this artist has a, Fiona Haishen, however you pronounce this. I'm sure I just slaughtered that. Haish. They have a Bast artwork that I'll probably pick up that looks really good. At some point. Absolutely slaughtered it. I'm confident that I am not qualified or capable of pronouncing that name. Should we look at some untapped data? It's actually been a second since we looked at some untapped data. Been doing gameplay all day. Let's turn over some numbers, huh? Yeah, let's click Conquest. Let's take the meta table. So something that's interesting when getting to look at Conquest metrics is you can see how the sweat gets more intense as things go higher. So in the Proving Grounds, Thanos control is 5.5%. In silver, it's 8.5%. In gold, it's 12.5%. So it like increases by 50% metagame every time the sweat gets deeper. Sarah control is always so strong. So, fun stat about Sarah control. There was an Ask the Team question for Marvel Snap where I think it was Glenn or someone on the Marvel Snap team commented that Sarah control is a deck that the general Marvel Snap community regards in higher standards or higher tiers than their internal data typically shows with it. And I think that makes sense to me from a game theory perspective, because I think like, especially people that are like using trackers like Untapped, they kind of gravitate towards these decks full of tech cards that let them feel like they get people or feel smart consistently. I think the Stature deck is very good. I think of like these 3 decks with the best metrics, this one's definitely my favorite to play personally. There's Cerebro up here. I don't believe Cerebro has any, I think the sample size is small. Yeah, Cerebro 2's down here. It's only got okay stats, but the number of battles is low-ish. You wonder what percentage of Snap players use the Untapped tracker? Very, very small percentage. I legit don't think any decks are wildly favored. Yeah, I've repeated that a lot, Burgle. I think the Thanos control deck's worst matchup is like 45%, if that. And they honestly, especially in Conquest, where you get multiple games to mitigate your variance, I wouldn't be surprised if the Thanos deck is 50-50 at worst into absolutely everything, while also having a number of matchups that it completely dominates. It's really, really good. That's an interesting take. Doc Ock Iron Lad, I think, is that's one that I'm not a super fan of personally. Are these just Lizard for Iron Lad? Otherwise the same? Stats here are a little bit better on the Iron Lad, but I personally prefer the Lizard. Worth noting that the Doc Ock amalgamation is markedly worse than both of these. So, one thing I would assume, looking at this data, is this data is obviously biased because the only people that contribute to this data are people that elect to use the untapped tracker. And my assumption, based on the population of players that would typically install something like the untapped tracker, is that they tend to skew towards sweaty. So my assumption when looking at untapped data is that the top decks in the untapped sample size are overrepresented compared to their total population metagame percentage, and all of the win rates on untapped are skewed higher than they are in the total population win rates. They can't skew that sweaty. Look at the negative play, right? I mean, negatives had okay stats. Oh god, it's so much lower. No, wait, the stock one is good. See, this is something why you gotta be able to click into these when you're looking at full data, is something I go back and forth on where I don't love some of Untapped's grouping, is like, this category here is at 53%, so it's like down here in D, but you click in and the most popular build is 57%, right? Like it's significantly higher than this, like almost 10% higher. And then on the flip side, some of these you like click into the Legion deck and the top deck is lower than the average. That one's pretty close. Are there any of these where the... Oh, even this one too, like, right? Like this high Evo build, like the group is about 60%, but one of the more popular builds is, 5% up from that. It feels like a hard thing to parse. How different is the ranked ladder? This is the sweaty part of the ranked ladder. So this I think is really interesting. The amount of Thanos control on the ladder, looking at this 70 to 99, the sweatiest and most try-hard part of the ladder, Thanos is way less popular. And decks like Negative that are able to kind of get people in best of one, basically, are significantly more popular. Even this Hella deck with Living Tribunal's been up there too. Oh, is this not a Living Tribunal build anymore, the most popular one? That actually makes me happy. I actually think Living Tribunal Hella is kind of a meme. I think the non-Hella Living Tribunal deck is solid, but this build just being not Tribunal makes a lot of sense, I think. This doesn't even have Modok or Invisible. Yeah, this is a pretty honest Hella deck, all things considered, right? Like, it's like doing Lockjaw and Dracula things here, too. All right, chat. It's 3 o'clock on a Friday afternoon. I think I'm gonna go ahead and call it for the day. Appreciate everybody that hung out while we were sweating through Gold Conquest. We picked up 4 or 5 Conquest tickets today. If you enjoy my content and you'd like to see a bit more of it while also helping me out, today I posted not just 1, but 2 new videos. The first of those is the econ video where I walk you through everything that the endgame economy is. I talk about how many spotlight caches free-to-play players get, season pass players get, how much whales have to spend to get every card. I talk through what percentage of new card releases free-to-play players get right on release without spending any money compared to season pass players, and whales. Also had a second video go up this afternoon that's a gameplay highlight because there's so many fantastic decks to highlight after this OT update last week. So if you want to check out some sweet bounce move gameplay where my Human Torch is going to flame on a bunch of different times, be sure to check that one out. Tap the thumbs up button if you'd be so kind. I am off for the weekend as always for some much needed family time with the kiddos. I'll be back Monday morning bright and early, back at some snapping. Catch you all then. Appreciate it, folks.